Welcome back in, everyone, to Media Day here at the 2025 Division I Women's National Team Indoor Championships. Joining me now in our booth, someone who obviously has some pretty fond memories, as the last time she and her team were here in Champaign, they reached the NCAA team final back in 2022. Of course, back into the Final 16 here at the National Indoors. It's Oklahoma women's tennis head coach Audrey Cohen. Audrey, it is always good to see you. Welcome back. First of all, congratulations, obviously, on the baby, but congratulations on getting here as well. Probably, I was going to ask you to weigh the two. I think I know which one's more important, but for those fans tuning in who aren't familiar with these National Indoor Championships, can you talk about the importance of this event and where it fits into the broader college tennis season?
Yeah, so I think most important about this event is that it's kind of like 3 freebies against top 16 teams in terms of our dates and number of matches that we're able to play in a season. And so to be able to play at this level, it's a guarantee of 3 matches. So that's really important when it comes to making the NCAA tournament, and also the exposure that National Indoors has over the years has become so great because of you and because of honestly the amount of media.
Hold that thought, sir. I think we missed something. No, we didn't. Okay, perfect. I thought we had a text. Something. I got a text. We're good.
Yeah.
Sorry, carry on. Yeah.
So just I think the prestige of the event has improved so much over the last 20 years. You know, I remember playing this as a player, and it didn't feel like an NCAA championship, almost like that big national championship feeling. And now you feel it, and I think that's a testament to our sport and to things like yourself that are increasing the media and the attention and the notoriety that we have.
Yeah, that's why I had to cut you off. I was so uncomfortable with the compliment. I was just like,
Apparently,
please stop, please stop. No, tech has been fixed, so I apologize for that. And, again, it's early in Media Day, so we're still rock and rolling here. But, no, it's obviously great to have your team back. And for those that don't remember, not only team finalists here in 22, you made the National Indoor Finals, of course, that season as well. And, you know, again, talk me through. We're about a month into this season now. If you were to give a letter grade to your team, how would you assess their performance so far this dual match season?
It's tough to tell. We have a lot of new faces, but also some transfers that are in their second year now at Oklahoma that have really they're past that almost freshman year of being at OU. And so I feel like we're still pretty unknown. I wouldn't give us a grade right now because I don't want to say that we've reached a cap at all of what our potential is. I think we've competed well and we're coming together really well, and I'm proud of that. But I would say the future for this team is pretty big, and we're kind of under the radar a little bit. I feel like we don't necessarily have some big headline names, you know, like some former pros like some of the teams have right now, and so I'm proud of our kind of humble, hardworking. We're a great college team.
Yeah.
And I'm proud of that.
No, and obviously the results speak for themselves thus far. And for your team, for those that don't remember, to have the chance to go to Cal and kickoff weekend, get a little revenge after they came to Norman last year. Talk me through what you learned about your team that weekend and what that win meant to this group.
Yeah, I think we learned that especially our freshmen can level up. You know, I think the freshmen coming to Oklahoma and getting to the standard that we have in terms of our competitiveness and our energy and what our product is on match day and getting our freshmen to that standard, it took all fall and a lot of work to get them there, and to be able to see them showcase that at Cal in a revenge match that's not even their revenge because they're new, right? So to see them buy into that revenge almost and really just be hungry to get here. And be unbelievable team players. I think the freshmen they stepped up the most there. And then our returners have done a great job of leadership. We did a lot of leadership training over the summer and over the fall to really help them guide the freshmen so that we have the opportunity to compete here. And we don't have that bitter feeling that we had at playing against Cal at home in 2024.
To that point, you've kind of mentioned it. There are some familiar faces, right? Staker, when she was last year on court 6, she was doing magical things. So she's been here before, and Alina and Julia, they've been around. But you talk about the freshmen. I'm curious from your perspective, does this team feel more new, more veteran-filled? Like, what has been the approach for you guys from the coaching side?
It feels more new to me.
Okay.
I think maybe also we have new face in Edson,
Sure.
our assistant coach. It definitely feels more new to me, especially since the only really player on our roster right now that was part of that 2022 run was Emma Staker. So I think Julia's been through quite a bit of our success as well, but Emma's really the last woman standing there of that 2022 team, and And which I think is great as well, because that's kind of like we're not just trying to be as good as that 22 team. We're trying to be who we are, which is this is still unknown for this team, and they're chasing something that's not a history of repeating. It's a history of their own, and I think that's important for us to all have. I feel better about that heading into the future as a head coach as well. So it does feel new. It feels new. It feels fresh. But I will tell you, I got here and we were hitting on court 6. And Emma Staker clinched, I think, against Texas A&M on court 6, and I was
Duke, right?
I was on her the whole time about hitting the ball. I'm like, no pushing right now. And I looked at her today, and I'm like, I'm not saying any bad words at you on court 6 this year, and I'm happy about that. You've grown a lot, so like it's good to see her growth and her really step into that leadership role as well.
Yeah, no, and obviously I think everyone's excited to see your team here compete this weekend. For those who are watching for the first time, what's the biggest strength of this group right now?
Cohesion, I would say. Really cohesive, really respectful of every piece of it. Everybody has a role, and everybody's okay with their role. There's no egos. There's no like saltiness if they're not in a role that they don't want to be in. There's just accepting it and wanting the team overall to do well. So I'm proud of that cohesion. I think they've set the standard for themselves on that, and it's a joy to coach that.
Yeah, it's a question I want to ask every coach. I think I know the answer for you in particular, but when you're working with a new group, and the reason I say I know the answer, what comes first, technique or culture, when you're trying to get them acclimated to college tennis? I think I know the answer for you is culture.
Yeah.
Why is that the thing you teach first? Why, and how do you guys go about doing that?
I mean, everybody can hit forehands and backhands. Everybody at this level has great technique. You know, like you can coach a match tactically in the match, but you can't coach that match if you don't have the culture overall.
Sure.
So the ears are more open when you have the culture set. The buy-in is better from every angle of it. So I think culture first and foremost, and we put a high priority on culture, as you know, over the years. But and that changed really when Coach Cobra came on board. I think that really our culture improved significantly, and even in our recruiting process of hunting the culture that we want, and maybe passing on some players that are not going to meet that culture but are unbelievable players. And I think we've done a really good job of sifting through that.
That first week, is it, hey, you need to be louder? Like, is it as simple as that?
I think, we debate that. Like, Cobra's like, all right, we need to be louder. And I'm like, I think we just need to be more competitive.
Sure.
Like, whatever that looks like, just want to win so bad that you're not gonna leave that court without winning. Yeah. Like that comes with being loud sometimes, but for some, you've seen Lane Sleeth in the past. Like, for some that comes with a silence to it that's kind of like intimidating in a way. So yeah.
No, again, it's what makes watching your team so enjoyable. Is I know we're going to get the Oklahoma shuffle. I know we're going to be staying on the edge of our seat because that excitement will always be played with. And for this group to be the best version of itself come May, what do they need to do over the course of the next few months? What do you want to see?
I think mostly it's just continue to gain confidence and belief. Like, the level is actually there. We have a lot of unknown pieces, but it's really to gain confidence and to stay healthy. Because we have the talent and we have the depth, I think, that you need. And we don't really need to have those big names. I think we like that, not having it. We like being the underdog. That's more of the Oklahoma style. Sure. And so we're kind of that gritty bunch that you don't overlook us. Yeah.
That's a warning to both all of you tuning in and me. I will know now moving forward. No, I like that. And for fans tuning in, obviously, I know you guys have a passionate fan base, certainly at Oklahoma. But for the new fan tuning in, maybe they watched a Schneider match or a Navarro match, and they want to know, hey, what's this college tennis all about? What can a fan of Oklahoma do to best support your program right now?
Yeah, I think I think NIL is a real deal, right? And like in tennis, it's actually supporting their career because it's so expensive to play. And I wish I had the opportunity to be a part of this when I was playing. The best players in college tennis should leave college tennis with a capital enough to fund their own career. And I think that's what we're starting to see. And I'm happy for that. I think it's also the other side of it is a lot of complaining from coaches of like, how do we compete in this world? But at the same time, like, this is their future, this is their career, and they should be able to fund a year on tour after they finish playing.
Yeah, it does feel like the depth it's just, I mean, again, for those that don't know, Audrey's background from our NCAA singles champion and just one of the greats we've had in 21st century college tennis. I feel like the depth is at a place it's just never been. Like, again, looking at all 16 teams here, I can make a really sound case for a bunch of them. How does that make your job more or less enjoyable?
More, because
Yeah.
you have a chance at every spot.
Sure.
So I think you're never gonna hit the court, and it's like when I was playing, I think at number one, I didn't lose.
Yeah.
You know, like you don't see that anymore. You don't see players who are just so dominant and just winning absolutely every single match to the point where as a coach competing against them that you have no shot at that position. And I don't think you have that anymore. I mean, you might have players with better records at their spot, but they're beatable. Everybody's beatable because everybody's good.
Yeah.
And that's when you really create champions, is when you've got talent versus talent, and now you're really creating the next level. And that's why you see the Peyton Stearns and the Navarros out there that are having a lot of success on tour, because they're ready for the battle. They're ready for the winning 5 in the third, 6 in the third, 3-set battle of just level versus level.
Yeah, and that's why I think the product's never been better as well. And one thing we're adding, accentuating the product here this year, electronic line calling. Obviously, that's a new feature. I'm curious your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I explained it to the team, and of course, like, when you're learning about anything new, you're like, you want to find out how you can get around, or like what's the bad thing that could happen as a product of this.
Sure.
I think obviously there is going to be some pushback, or a player is going to abuse it in some way, but I think it'll be great. I think if you get a massive call on Deuce Point, and it was clearly a bad call, and it's on the far line, that the umpire can overrule it, and also puts the umpires in a much better situation where they're able to overrule on a big point, because the electronic system is telling them that it's no longer as subjective. And I think that's important and healthy for our sport. So I'm a fan. I hope that more facilities are able to back that, and if we can find a way to make it not super expensive for all college facilities to have it, it's definitely a benefit.
I can't wait for the first coach I catch being like, hey, how many challenges do you have left? Yeah, let's throw one here. It's going to be fun to see, and certainly, again, a fun feature. And my last 3 questions for you, talking about the depth, talking about all of it. No Oklahoma players allowed to be answered for these next 2 questions. So question 1, again, Schneider, Navarro, Kessler, Stardom, Seva. I can name all these names who played 2020s college tennis and are now top 100 players. Non-Oklahoma Sooner, who do you think's next up on that list?
Next up on that list? Oof. Gosh,
it's a tough one.
That's a really tricky one. I mean, I think Stoyana is going to make a little run for it. I think her work ethic and her determination is there. I'm not sure I could think of anybody else who has as much determination to do it. And because you have to have that, like, obsessive mentality. You can't go into it and just, like, see how it goes. So you got to be like, all right, I'm full in. She won our 75K in Edmond. I think she's probably the next up in terms of the determination. Some weaponry can get a little better there, but, like, she's got it.
It's the level. I mean, again, when you guys were competing against Stearns, could you feel like, hey, this ball is different? Like, this feels like she's going next level.
So she'd play Lane, and I would tell Lane, like, she's going to be top 50 in the world in 3 months of turning pro, and she was. So I think there was no question about that. Her ball just runs different, and the efficiency of her swing was both
nuts.
Sides. It's nuts, and her ability to take the ball earlier than you and hit it bigger than you is just a different level. So
I would have liked to see her go up against the Audrey Cohen backhand slice, though.
Yeah,
it would have been
a
different ball game. It would have
game.
been fun. But my last 2 for you, and again, knowing the premise, you love your team, you love your job, all of that. That's a tough setup, but you could trade jobs with any coach, any program. You're trading rosters. You're that job for this season. Who are you picking and why?
There's no way in hell you're getting me to answer that. That's maybe the dumbest question I've ever heard you ask.
Well, I do my best. I try to keep you on your toes here at the end. No, it's just, again, it's a fun gauge to see who are the other programs you're keeping your eye on here this year. Is there a program you have your eye on more broadly? Not to switch jobs, but just one you've been impressed by of late.
I've been impressed with the eligibility at LSU.
Yeah.
I will say that. I'm very impressed. I think they gotta. We had a look at a couple of those girls, and
Yeah.
I think it's shocking, but at the same time, like, good for them and good
Yeah.
job.
No,
Way to get here.
yeah, it's again, it's going to be a fun level. Certainly about that. And my final question: a successful national indoor championship for the Sooners. What does that look like in your mind?
Winning it.
Yeah.
You don't come here. You don't play a tournament just to play a tournament. You come to a tournament to win a tournament. Otherwise, you don't belong here.
Yeah. See,
Yeah.
this is why it's better when you're here. I
Yeah.
miss these sorts of
Yeah.
conversations. And obviously, again, congratulations to you, to Coach Cobra. I know. I believe Baby Cohen is here.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Am I going to get
Baby
to?
Cobra.
Oh, Baby
Yeah.
Cobra. That's
Jack Cobra.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jack Cobra. I
Yeah.
like it. Well, congratulations on Jack, and obviously congratulations to your team
Thank
here
you.
through the National Indoors. Oklahoma Women's Tennis head coach Audrey Cohen. Thank you as always, Coach.
Thank you.
Welcome back into Media Day. We are here with the Oklahoma women. It's senior Emma Staker, junior Julia Garcia Ruiz. We're going to play a little whisper challenge here. Julia has 4 statements. She's got to read them. Emma's got to guess what she's saying. Team that can do it fastest at the end of the day wins our Media Day competition. Julia, are you ready? Yes. All right, I'll get the timer set. Let's rock and roll. 3, 2, 1, go.
Where is the lineup? What?
Where in the lineup will Audra play?
Where is the lineup rule Audra plays? What?
Close. Let's go one word at a time. Yeah.
Where is the
Where
what? What is the lineup?
where in
Where in the lineup
will
would Audra play?
There we go. That's one.
how many challenges do I have left?
How many challenges do I have left?
Perfect. That's 2. Lock it in.
When I think Oklahoma, I think SEC.
When I think Oklahoma, I think SEC. Okay.
Turn into the 2025.
Again.
Tune in to the 2025 National Indoor Championship.
National Indoor Championship, something. Go again.
Tune in to the 2025 National Indoor Championship.
Who is going to win the 2025 National Indoor?
Close.
Tune in to the 2025 National Indoor Championship.
Who is in the 2025 National Indoor Championship?
Very close. First word.
Tune in to the 2025
Two in?
Oh.
Two into the 2025 National Indoor Championship?
Yeah.
So I heard two in. I heard two, not two. Yeah, right? Am I crazy? I heard two. Yeah.
Tune in.
You're so close. You're so close.
Tune in
Yeah.
to the 2025 National.
Two is?
You're close. Yeah,
Is it two?
close.
Who? 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 Two?
Hold it.
Can I take it off?
Yeah. It's tune. Tune in.
Oh!
Yeah.
Wait. Tune in to the 2025 National Indoor Championship.
go.
Welcome back in, everyone, to Media Day here at the 2025 Division I Women's National Team Indoor Championships. Joining us now, a returning champion, of course, to Media Day and head coach of the reigning finalists of this event. It's Michigan women's tennis head coach Ronnie Bernstein. Aunt Ronnie, it is always good to see you here today. Talk me through what it means to be back at this event and obviously how you're doing, how the team's doing so far.
Yeah, always good to be here. Super excited to be back here. It's never a guarantee, obviously. There's so many good teams. So super excited, I think, for our team to be back. Yeah, good start to the season so far. So
for those fans tuning in who may be new to college tennis, they watched a Navarro or someone have pro success and they want to say, hey, what's this college level all about? How would you describe the National Indoor Championships to them, its importance on the college calendar?
yeah, it's big. You know, we sort of got a great start, obviously, last year. You know, we got to the finals here. If you can get even one win here, you know, it's so tough. But it kind of sets you up for the rest of the year. So we're just excited. Guaranteed 3, you know, fantastic matches against great competition. And we'll see. You know, we're going to fight for it. We're going to compete out here and just see how we do.
No, it's the perfect litmus test to start the year for every team, certainly, and obviously for your group. We've already had some battles this year. You knock off a Virginia team in Charlottesville that obviously all this experience. You beat Florida at home, a successful kickoff weekend. Talk me through what you've learned about this group through the first month.
Yeah, we have a lot of new pieces. We lost a lot from last year, so I wasn't sure. You know, we have 2 freshmen in our singles lineup who've, you know, done great at the bottom of the lineup. You know, always tough to play Virginia. We've played them a lot. It's the first time we've been back there in Charlottesville. We've gotten them at home a couple times. Yeah, I mean, we battled hard. You know, we lost the doubles point there and came through in singles. And then, you know, Florida on Tuesday night. I mean, that was a complete match for us. You know, from the doubles, you know, through the singles, you know, at every spot. We're out there competing and giving ourselves a chance. And that's what it's going to take to be a good team.
Yeah, and obviously, again, this weekend, a great opportunity for you to see where your group thrives most. But to this point, what is that aspect, that characteristic about your team that maybe you have the most confidence in to date?
Yeah, I think they're a confident group.
Okay.
And as a coach, you know, they believe in each other. They believe in themselves. And I think, you know, I hope when someone plays a Michigan team that they feel like we're going to compete.
Yeah.
And I think that goes a long way in college tennis. You know, I don't know on paper where we are. I don't think that matters. But on game day when you drop the balls, I mean, we're going to compete really hard. We're going to have some good energy, and I think that's going to give us a chance.
When you talk about, obviously, last year's success and Julia, Piper, Lily, all in the singles lineup, all massive parts of that success, working in new pieces, I'm curious, is there a carryover effect? Like, is it, hey, I know we're working in new pieces, but we kind of have the culture of national indoor finalists and being really good that's been built up over these last couple of years. Do you see that carry over to this year's group?
Yeah, I hope so. You know,
Sure.
it's super early.
Yeah.
We've gotten a great start. I'm super competitive. We want to be good. You know,
I like
the
that.
expectation is we want to get here.
Yeah.
You know, and we don't want to just get here. We want to be able to play with the best. And, you know, you see, you know, Julia, just the jump she has made and just incredible strides from when she walked through the door at Michigan to where she is now. And Piper, you know, winning up high. You know, she was, you know, down lower in the lineup. We have the pieces, you know, and I think it doesn't matter what spot they're playing. They're gonna believe, and we're gonna try and get it done.
For your team to have the fall that they did, 3 into the NCAA singles tournament, obviously if it was a different format this year, did you have to change your approach to what you were trying to develop in the fall? Was it more match-centric? Like, how did that impact how you dealt with, coached this group through the first few months?
Yeah, we didn't really change. I mean, you have those events that the girls are way more stressed out about.
Sure.
So I felt that stress. I was trying to figure it out probably like everybody else. It was so new, kind of the format. I probably still don't have it down, but you're just trying to figure out how to get the matches.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, to get three through to Waco, and then obviously Julia's run. Yeah, we didn't really change it too much. Schedule was pretty much the same, just a little bit different as far as the events they played.
What's been more of a transition for you, team this year or new coaching staff? You have 2 new assistants, and obviously you and Taryn were together forever. What's that adjustment been like?
Yeah, it's different, and I think change is good.
Okay.
You know, I thought I was always going to live in South Florida, and I'm in Michigan. I changed that, so you know, Taryn, we miss a lot, but Jan and Ty have been incredible. You know, on the court. We also have Jaden Brown, who's helping us as a student coach. So, yeah, it's different, but the job doesn't change. It's about, working hard and taking care of the kids and caring about your players, and I think that will never change.
It's also three-dimensional chess. Obviously, you go up against Melissa Schaub, Ohio State, every year. You know how you get an advantage, higher tie. Like, it's three-dimensional. You're thinking all the angles. I love it. And, for this group, obviously made quarterfinals back-to-back seasons, reigning national indoor finalists as well. What does this team need to continue to do this season to get back to those heights come May, to be the best version of themselves come the end of the year?
Yeah, it's just working hard. I mean, we're match by match. This weekend's a huge challenge. We are not looking to May. We're looking, day to day, trying to, get better every day. And that's what it takes. You got to stay healthy. There's a lot of luck there, but we're thinking about LSU.
Yeah.
And if we can make it to the quarters in May, it means that we had a successful year and we were playing well at the end, but definitely not looking to May yet.
Yeah, it's good perspective to have. I know you are also a tactician, and by that I mean, again, you want to get on court. You love working X's and O's, and if you allow me to say, you're very good at it as well. When you're establishing a tempo with a group early in the season, are you more technique-based, principles-based, or are you more focused on getting the culture right this early in the season?
Yeah, I think, like we just talked about Ty and Jan, I mean, they're so good with the technique, on the court. I'm not so much with that. I'm probably more of the tactical strategy, making sure we have good energy, making sure we're competing hard. I'm probably the one on top of them with that stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, I think we have a good mix. It takes everything to be successful. You can't just have good technique. You got to have heart and passion, and so hopefully we're bringing all of that this Michigan team. In
your experience working with college players, is it more difficult to make a mentality shift or a technique shift at this point?
Oh, that's a good question.
I like to throw one at you ever so often.
I think it depends on the kid.
Okay, sure.
Right? I mean, you have kids that are open to changing technique, and I don't know that we change too much technique during the year. I think we're playing so much that we're not really, you'll tweak it a little bit, but we're not making massive grip changes or changing a stroke. So it just depends. You have to get the mentality right. Some people, need one or the other, or both even. It just kind of, you coach every kid different. Yeah, no, and again, it's why you've had the success developing so many as you have. For those tuning in right now, again, maybe they haven't had the chance to go to the VTC, or they're a new college tennis fan, whatever it may be, what is the thing a Michigan fan can do to best support your program right now? I mean, we have great fans. It's Tuesday night against Florida. They were behind us. So, I mean, that's the biggest thing, just being there and supporting the girls, and they thrive off that energy. We definitely have a home court advantage there. We've been super successful there and feel comfortable there. So I think the support we feel from them has been massive, and hopefully that continues. No, it's, dare I say, why I do what I do. You step into one of those VTC matches, the energy, it's contagious. And, certainly, again, a lot of fun ahead for these Michigan Wolverines. What, in your mind, constitutes a successful weekend here this weekend? We all want to win, right? We want to be the winner at the end. I heard you're competitive. I am very competitive. But if we go out there and compete and fight like we can and stay disciplined and during the matches, we're going to have a successful weekend. Yeah. And honestly, if you can get one win this weekend, I would like 4, because that's a competitive piece of me. But it starts, if we can get a good start and get some, play a good doubles point against LSU and get our teeth into that match, we can do it, and the next day's got to be the same thing. So it's just going to be fighting hard and, competing hard for each other. I'm looking forward to seeing it. My last 3 for you. Electronic line calling, new addition to this year. You excited for that piece? I am excited to see it. I think it can be beneficial down the road. I've heard it's very easy, happens quickly. I think the girls will be excited about it, and there will be no more questions or anything like that. So, I'm excited for it, and hopefully we can move that forward. I'm excited for the first person to question the technology, because it's coming. It probably will be me. First point, I'm going to give you a challenge. So. That's all I can. Very first point, just because. Why not? I like that. Start screaming. My last 2 for you. A lot of pro success right now, and again, I keep listening to the names Stearns, Sun, Navarro, Kessler, Startup Save. They all played in the 2020. Bectus. Kari Miller. Yeah, keep going. Yeah, exactly. Just so many successes from
even the last 3 years, let alone the last 5 or 10, if you had to pick who's next up, can't pick a Michigan Wolverine, but is there another top 100 player you think in our mix right now in college tennis?
I think there's so many, Alex, to pick. You know, you just never know. You know, Julia's going to law school.
Yeah, exactly.
And she could give it a go. I mean, she hits a big enough ball, and if she wanted to do that, I don't know who really has that passion for it, but I just think the level of college tennis has just gone up so much. I don't even think people realize, you know, unless they've been to a college tennis match. So I just think there's so many, and especially in doubles. You know, I mean, you're talking more singles, but if you look at the doubles draws out there, it's college players. So the opportunity is there.
For 4 years, I've said Savannah Broadus is going to walk into the top 50 of the WTA doubles rankings if she wants it. And, yeah, to your point, you can pick a bunch of different fun names and have a fun answer there. This is my last fun question. The last coach who sat in your chair said, Alex, that's the dumbest question you've ever asked. So
I would never say that
yeah,
to you,
well,
but go ahead.
I honestly, it's a badge of honor when Audra says it to me. So I'm like, I appreciate it, Audra. It means I'm keeping you on your toes. You can trade jobs for 1 year, and that's not meant to be disrespectful to Michigan, but I'm just curious as we try to introduce, hey, here's what's happening this season. What's a program where if you could call up a coach and say, hey, let's switch jobs this year, who would you pick and why?
I will pick that. First of all, it's not a dumb question.
Thank you.
So I'll pick that after the year. You tell me who wins. Whoever wins the NCAA championship, I hope it's Michigan, but if it's not us, I want that job.
Okay.
I would like to hold that trophy at some point. I mean, that's the goal, right?
Yeah, of course. It's a very good answer.
Maybe I would go back to Miami.
I thought you were going to say.
Paige's job,
I thought you were going to say for the month of February, anywhere warm. Yeah.
So January, February, I'll be the Miami coach.
Work your way
then
back
March
up.
through the summer, I'm definitely in Michigan.
Yeah,
so,
it's nothing better than spring term in Ann Arbor.
Or we could talk colors, like what colors do I like? And pick that school, but I'm super happy at Michigan. I'm pretty confident I'm going to end my career, hopefully, as the Michigan Wolverine
And
coach.
when we hit 2050, it'll be a great retirement ceremony. But for now, we get to enjoy you and your team compete. Michigan women's tennis head coach Ronnie Bernstein, Aunt Ronnie, as I call you. It is always great to get the chance to chat with you. Thank you as always, and good luck to the Wolverines this week.
Go Blue. Thanks.
Welcome back into Media Day, everyone. We are here with the Michigan Wolverines. They've got the time to beat, 2 minutes 45 from Oklahoma. We've got Reese Miller. We've got Piper Charney. You guys ready to rock and roll?
Let's do it.
3, 2, 1, go.
Do you know? Did you know Ronnie was an 8-time All-American? I met Ronnie. I bet Ronnie loves the music today. I bet Ronnie loves the music today. How many challenges? How many challenges do I have left? Tune in to the 2025 Tune into the 2025 National Indoor Championship.
shall.
Welcome back in, everyone, to Media Day here at the 2025 Division I Women's National Team Indoor Championships. Joining me now on the stream, a familiar face to all of you college tennis fans. Of course, the last time we were here as a college tennis populace, he led his team to the 2022 National Team Championship. Of course, now back with his rising Texas Longhorn crew. It's Texas women's tennis head coach Howard Joffy. Coach, it is always good to see your smiling face. Welcome back to Champaign. How are you doing today?
Good, thank you. Nice to be back in Champaign. Fond memories, as your intro would suggest.
Yeah, it's not just, by the way, the 2022 team final. Of course, you made the final with A&M here back in 2013 as well. Is it just the Illinois air? Something about it? What is it that seems to bring out your best?
Yeah, no, we've had good success over the years here. So, yeah, nice to be back in Illinois.
Yeah, well, we are certainly happy to have you. And, look, I know you are an experienced coach, but we might have some new college tennis fans we picked up along the way. Someone might have watched Peyton Stearns or Lulu or any of these players and said, hey, let me dip my toes into this level. For those new fans, can you explain the significance of this National Indoors and how it fits in the broader tennis calendar?
Yeah, I mean, I think from what my understanding is, the world's changing, the college world is changing, but certainly the team indoors is played in the first portion of the season when most of the country is indoors, and sets to determine a national champion of the indoors. But I think one of the important things is it is a place where the top 16 teams, top 20 teams, whatever it is, meet to decide sort of how the rankings look for the remainder of the year. And so in that respect, I think it's sort of important. The teams that do very well here as they go into conference play, playing against those teams are good wins, whereas if you don't do so well here, it's a steeper challenge to get to the NC2A tournament.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And obviously your teams have had plenty of success here over the years. And yet, I think back to two distinct experiences. One, there were three groups that got to be at that National Team Indoor Finals in 21. You guys, North Carolina, and me. I got to be the only one there watching it. And 22 obviously was there as well. I remember coming off of the 21 indoor final and thinking, yeah, this is a potential finals rematch. These are probably the two best teams in the country. I remember leaving 2022 thinking, yeah, I don't know what's going on with Texas. Like, this was a weird event for your team. In that spirit, how do you hope to use this 2025 event to help build, or just as a litmus test for where your team is at right now?
I think every year, your setup was that I'm experienced, which is a code word for an old and ready to be put out to pasture. But it is the case that every year, no matter how you coach, which players you have, each year is a different puzzle.
Yeah.
For us, this year, we have a very, very young team. I think we've got like 6 out of 9 are freshmen.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's the case that the energy on this team is very, very good. A little like the team 4 years ago, which was so young. But it's definitely going to be the case that as the year goes, we're going to need to grow as people if we want to do very well.
Mm-hmm.
And so this, to me, is just a wonderful opportunity to see where we're at the moment relative to the top teams. And of course, it's a coaching cliche, but to blood some of the freshmen in this kind of tension and pressure and so forth.
You got to callous up. Certainly, that's the start of this season. And obviously, you've had the chance to do that to some extent. 4-3 against Baylor, 4-3 against USC, 4-3 against NC State. One, that you have any hair on the top of your head. Shout out to you, because that's just one season of stress, 1 month of stress. And yet, give me a report card. How would you assess your team's performance so far?
Relative to what I could have expected, knowing what I knew, we've also, other than being young, just had some really difficult injuries.
Sure.
So I think our kids have performed well. We're nowhere near where we're going to be.
Mm-hmm.
But to this point, it's always better to win the close matches than lose them.
Yeah.
Learn after a win versus a loss. So that's been good, but it's a team that, in my mind, can be there right at the end of the season. We've got lots of work to do in terms of tennis, but also in terms of growing up to get there.
Yeah.
I do think we can get there, though.
Well, to that point, you have a very young group this year. Obviously, all these freshmen who we're going to talk about in a second. What comes first when you're working with a group like this? Are you trying to establish principles, tactics, whatever it may be, or is it about implementing the culture first and communicating, hey, this is how we want to compete, this is how we want to practice? I'm sure it's a balance, but how do you go about that with such a young group?
No, I mean, it's always the case, whether you get a young player, or for me, you want to improve their skills, and then, of course, improve the way they apply the skills.
Sure.
So part of it is, your skill set, your abilities, and then, of course, who is operating those skills, right?
Sure.
And so the part around who is operating those skills is really the critical thing if you want to win. And so we have a young team, and while they're experienced tennis players, inexperienced at doing the college matches, but either way, the operators of the skill, the person, or so to speak, needs to grow. The skills are doing quite well.
Yeah.
So
no, watching your team, and I got the chance to call some of kickoff weekend. Did you just find some forehands, and you're like, yeah, we'll take that forehand, we'll take this forehand, because I watched some of these freshmen hit the cover off of the ball, and again, I was around that 21 group. This group feels as special from a ball striking capability.
No, we definitely have a very good team. We also have, part of the struggles here earlier, we have one player who was a semi-finalist at the Australian Open and played in the Australian Open main draw 2 times. She will only become eligible here at the end of this week.
Yeah.
And so when you add her to the equation, we definitely are going to be bolstered. But they'll definitely be flattered to hear about their forehands.
Yeah,
I'll pass that on to the group.
No, I was watching that. It's like Bowers, Pursue, Marie, and Hooray. I was just like, I know Sabine a little, and obviously Vivian a little bit more, but it's just, oh man, it's a lot of talent on that roster.
There's a lot of good players, no question.
Yeah, it's a testament to you as a recruiter, and obviously there's the hanging all over all of it. Maya Joint, who played herself out of college tennis by approaching the top 100 as well. What is it? Can you share the special sauce? How are you getting all these players to come to Texas right now, Coach?
Oh, gosh, I couldn't say. They'd have to say why. But, no, we've definitely had I think probably what was a good help is winning the titles. And, Peyton was a great player, but came into college only about 400 or 500 in the world. Lulu was a very good ITF junior. But both those players very quickly after college got into the top 100. So I think some of that has to do with the program at Texas. Some of it has to do with themselves, in spite of the program at Texas. But I think we have a good program. I'd like to think of it as a pot of gold. So anyone that's interested in being a champion, I would think they would consider us.
Yeah. It feels pretty intuitive. Having 2 top 50 players, I don't know if Lulu's still top 50, but it has to be real close to it. How helpful is that for you on the recruiting trail? And just, again, what does that say about those 2 specifically? They've gone on to do that.
I'm so pleased for both of them.
Yeah.
But I really couldn't say how much it helps us or not. I try to flaunt it where I can, but I'm not sure why people make the decisions they make.
Yeah.
But as far as those 2 players, I'm just delighted to see them doing well, and both great kids. So young ladies now.
Yeah. No, it's a testament to, 1, your ability to develop talent, 2, obviously with those who've been able to do with that talent as well. Give me a report card for this group. 1 month into the season, what grade might you offer them?
Relative to what they can produce, we're at a C+ at the moment. Relative to the effort, I give them an A for sure. But we have ended the fall with some significant injuries, so we've had lots of time off, and everyone's got a hard luck story. So we still got a long way to go, and I am curious to see how we perform this week, because in a month now of school, we've started to come up some.
Yeah.
For sure.
What's the thing this team has to do to be that best version of themselves come May?
Just each kid has a different story.
Sure.
And so it's to figure out where their champion energy is, right? We all have our better parts and our worst parts. And the whole trick for them to being great is to show up as a killer and a champion. And for everyone, it's different. But we're working with every one of them to find that.
Yeah, no, and again, certainly have enjoyed watching them to date. It's going to be that much more fun when they have 5 months under their belts come May. For fans tuning in who obviously want to support your team however possible, maybe they're just new to the sport, what is the best thing a fan can do to support Texas women's tennis?
Just send cash to the coach. Unmarked envelope.
Good answer.
I mean, I think for fans to turn out to our matches is great. Follow our social media. They can keep up with the players and just support the ladies. Yeah.
Now, do you prefer euros, francs? Like, do you want to go old school currency? What are we
just
thinking?
The almighty dollar.
Yeah, okay. I like to hear that as well. Electric line calling, something new we're working in at this national indoor. What are your thoughts on the pilot program?
Probably every bit the same as having umpires.
Yeah, sure.
But looking forward to it. I've never seen it, and so I might even make it a late night to bed by seeing the demo tonight at 7 p.m.
I like it. No, I think very first point tomorrow, regardless, you should challenge just to set a tone. Like, hey, this is what it looks like. Okay. This is what we're doing moving
I'm
forward.
not even sure, so that's why I'll go to that demo tonight just to see the technology and what have you.
No, I like it. Well, then my last two for you. Obviously, again, your program of late Peyton, Lulu, all these different players who have gone on to have success, and you can point to other programs as well. You can't pick a current Texas Longhorn. Do you think who's next? Who's the next of the top 100 crew going into
of the current team?
Yeah, of the current crew. Non-Texas, by the way.
Oh, not Texas.
Yeah, not Texas. Give me anyone else in the country.
In college?
Yeah.
I don't know if I pay enough attention to anyone but our kids.
Good answer.
Clearly, the girl out of Georgia, Vidmanova.
Yeah.
I noticed her producing some excellent results in the, the USTA Pro Circuit this fall. Mary Stoyana, I got to see her play a top 100 Russian player in Lansville, PA this year, and she won that match. Probably one of those two at this moment, but apologies to everyone else. Those were just the two that have hit my purview.
No, totally fair. Knowing I know you are Texas-centric, so I'll adjust this next question. I was going to ask if you could trade jobs with anyone just for one season, just because, hey, I'm going to trade jobs with you this year. Who would you pick and why? I may adjust that to say, seeing your former assistant Taylor here with LSU, what does that say about the job he's done? What are your thoughts?
I think they've fallen on good times in the last 10 minutes. They've had some really excellent players just land on their team. So that's great. If I got to change jobs with anyone, is this in the college coaching landscape?
Men's. Oh, no, I'll take anything for you.
Yeah, I mean, it would probably be a D3 school. That's probably what I'd go for.
Yeah.
The lower the stress, the better. But if the question hints at which team is super good, I'd say Bruce Burke.
Yeah, good answer.
The Texas men are just a juggernaut.
Yeah.
So it's been really fun to. I haven't got to see them compete too much, but I've got to see them practice, and they are. Wow.
Yeah.
Real strong.
No, it's
I get to see him next week in Texas.
I saw Spiz in Cleveland last week as he made the final, and I was like, so what's life without Bruce? He's like, I have too much free time. He's like, Bruce had it down. He had me scheduled to the minute, and I appreciated it. And so, no, I appreciate that. My last question for you, what's a successful weekend look like this weekend for the Longhorns?
I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's there's two tracks, right? The object of the exercise is win, so I'd like to see us win.
Okay.
But definitely I'd like to see some progress made with some of our kids that have been injured a bit, some of the kids that, are, on the precipice of taking off. So I'd like to see that. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, well, certainly, again, given the talent you have brought in and given what you guys have been able to accomplish throughout your tenure, I think a lot of people are looking forward to seeing that success. So, Coach Howard Joffy, thank you, as always, for taking the time
Thanks,
to chat.
Alex. Thanks
Always
a
good to
lot.
see you, my
Thanks
friend.
for having me.
I got to get those socks.
Yeah.
Bus. This. They. This. The. Dog. Triangle. Star. 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 Had. At. Night. Are. Big. And. Bright. In. Lip. Deep. And. In. The. Art. Heart. Of. Texas. This. And. Not. Night. It. Light. No.
I don't know if the slang is working.
Ain't. Ain't. Texas. Ain't. Known. Hold. M. Don't. Mouth. Mess. With.
Bevo. 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 In. Knee. E. E. The. He. Will. Fight. You. To. Into. The. 2025. National. Indoor. Championships.
We are ready for you. Welcome back in, everyone, to Media Day here at the 2025 Division I Women's National Team Indoor Championships. Joining me, someone we, of course, all know best as head coach of the UCLA women's tennis program, is Stella Sampras Webster. Joining us once again. Coach, it is always good to see your smiling face. Welcome back to the indoors. How are you and the Bruins doing here today?
We're doing great.
Yeah.
You know, it's been a few years since we've gotten into the indoors, you know, getting through the kickoff weekend. It's just so competitive these days. So we're grateful to be here, excited to be at this great facility in Illinois, and excited to compete against the best in the country.
Yeah, we are certainly happy to have you back. And for those new college tennis fans tuning in, can you give them your take on the significance of the National Indoors, how this event fits into the rest of your schedule, your calendar year?
Yeah, I think this event is like in the middle of our season, and it's a great event for our team to really get a sense of what NCAA's is going to be like, because the intensity of it is huge. And I think it's great to see like what other teams have and like we're going to get so tested with every match that we play. So we're excited to kind of see where we're at. It's really kind of a test of like where we are right now and kind of where we want to be in May. So it's a great event to be part of, and we're just super excited to be here.
Yeah, no, it's the perfect litmus test to start the year for all of these teams. And I'm curious for your group, again, we're only 4 weeks into dual match play, but if you were to offer a grade for your team's performance thus far, how would you rate the 2025 season for the Bruins to date?
So far, I think we're feeling good. You know, we've battled some great matches so far. It's really early, though. I think we're excited to get some more competition, and I think that's where we're going to kind of know how good we are. Like you said, it is early, and you know, we're just excited to see, you know, get tested. You know, this is where we want to find out, you know, what kind of team we have and what we need to improve on and get better at. So yeah, it'll be a fun event.
Yeah, for your team to look as good as they did, I think it was last week, and all the dates blend together at this point, but Kimmy out, obviously, with an illness. For your team to get a victory in that moment, to beat a Cal team that obviously you know the depth, you know what they're capable of. What did you learn about your group in that win?
I was super happy with the way they dealt with the adversity. We really didn't know who was going to be playing. We've had a few sick players, and you know, a couple of them got healthy enough to play, not 100%, but it just showed how kind of mature and our team is and the leadership that we have. You know, they really made sure that the team was ready and we were going to control what we could control, and they did a good job just going out. And, you know, competing against Cal is never easy, and we're able to pull out that win. And so it just kind of showed me that you know, they're tough. They've got some mental toughness in there, and they can play under adversity. And even though we have, you know, 2 young freshmen in our lineup, they did a great job of just, you know, going out there and competing and learning how, you know, what this is all about. This is all new for them. So I think they've got really great leadership, and I think that's what I'm finding in this team.
You've had some exceptional freshmen over the years, and, you know, I'm old enough to remember 2020 when a freshman by the name of Abby Forbes came in and helped lead this group to the National Indoor Final. And just, again, we can pick all the names out of a hat. For Olivia and Kate to make the NCAA doubles final, I mean, they had been as highly touted of a junior team as almost you can be from an accomplishment standpoint. But did you see that coming? And what was that fall experience like, getting to coach them and how they've hit the ground running?
To be honest, I mean, they have had so much experience playing together.
Yeah.
They've been playing since they were like 11 years old.
Yeah.
So the way they play doubles is a very experienced team, and they have such great tools, you know, even from the juniors going into college. I mean, and, you know, when you get to the finals or win a national championship, you got to have a little luck. And I think they did have a little luck in that they had match points against them at a couple matches. And, you know, I think their strength is just how much they just love playing with each other. They have each other's back. When things were tough, the other one got the other one back up. And I just feel like their chemistry is the best in the country. They're such good friends and love playing with each other, and they've got great double skills. So it was a lot of fun coaching them. You know, their first time, they were so excited. You know, to play in an NCAA doubles, you know, final and play through that tough draw. So it was just a lot of fun just seeing them enjoy it. Obviously, disappointed they lost. They're such competitors. They really wanted to finish that last match, but obviously, everyone's so good, and I think they got a lot of experience playing in college, and so I'm excited for them to be here in a team event. It's a whole different ball game here now, so I'm excited to see how they handle this atmosphere.
No, Kimmy and Elisa, who are experienced as any college team in the country, they look at them and they're like, wow, we're young in our relationship compared to these two, who, again, to your point, have been doing it for over half a decade. And it presents it obviously an interesting opportunity given how experienced they were together. But when you're working with freshmen and newcomers and just trying to establish a tempo with the team, are you more focused on the technical aspect, the strategy aspect, or the culture aspect? Like, what's the more important thing to build right away?
For us, it's the culture.
Yeah.
We wanted to make sure, even though our freshmen had so much success, they're still freshmen. They still haven't experienced this season.
There's a youthful smile to everything they do, too. That's so fun.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they're so innocent.
Yeah.
And I think our upperclassmen has just embraced them so well and brought them in, and are so excited to have them to really, build up our team and give us so much depth that I think we've done a good job with the culture and making sure everyone now, where it's a team event, team season, and I think the two, the freshmen are just embracing everything. They're absorbing everything and learning so much from every player on our team. So it's been a great, season so far as our, building our culture and our chemistry. They really enjoy training together, doing a lot of things together, a lot of family atmosphere with the team. So, I think that's the most important thing for us. And they're already such great tennis players. You don't have to change too much with what, they're bringing. So we're definitely wanting them to develop and keep growing and challenge them, because they are going to be uncomfortable here. And so we're excited to see that process and their experience through this.
No, I think we are all as well excited for that. And obviously when you look at this group, you've mentioned the camaraderie amongst them, but, Kimmy and Elisa and Luke Meyer and just, again, Amani and Bianca. Is the depth the biggest strength of this roster? What are you, in your opinion, the biggest strength of this group so far?
I think our doubles is definitely one of the biggest strengths. I think they feel like we have, some of the best doubles in the country, and I think they take pride in that. They love it. They love their partners, and a lot of them have been already established. All three of them are established. So they feel really strongly with doubles. And I think I think our depth, and I think just the way our team, they all care about each other. They all are have high expectations, high standards. They come and want to make sure that they're doing the right things to get better and try to win a national championship. They really are, wanting to, I know the returners from last year's NCAAs want to get back there and get even further. So, I'm just really excited for this team. It's been, I think, the coaching staff and we're just it's just a lot of fun.
Yeah.
They're a really great group. I'm really fortunate that this team is very people that can, work hard and work well together, but also be very competitive.
Yeah, no, I think we're all looking forward to watching them compete, and in that spirit, what does this team have to keep doing to be the best version of themselves come May, to get back to that NCAA tournament final site?
I think we need to keep working on fitness is huge. We all know about how tough the season is, and keeping everyone healthy is going to be important. I think the mental toughness, under pressure, making them in practices, putting them in situations where they're going to be uncomfortable. I think that's our biggest thing that we're trying to do now, so that by NCAAs, when they're uncomfortable, will get more comfortable.
Sure.
Because obviously it's, they all want to win. They all, have high expectations, but it takes a lot of mental strength, mental toughness, and, to stay competitive with these great teams. Everyone's good.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to be good. So it's those little things, the details we have to make sure we take care of, as starting with their bodies, starting with little things like getting enough sleep, their nutrition, all those little things are going to matter.
To that point, knowing that, again, noted Big Ten powerhouse UCLA, you're going to play more indoor tennis this year than probably
Right.
ever in program history. Do you have to change things in practice? I mean, you can't generate indoor courts in LA. That's really difficult to do.
Right.
Do you change anything at all from a logistics standpoint because of that?
Yeah, we have to. I mean,
Sure.
we have to, like, we change balls every 3 games
Yeah.
just to make sure the balls stay fast and
Yeah.
stuff. And we put them in situations where the balls, like, on top of the line, shorten their backswings, things like that. We work on serve and volley, like shorter points. And, being able to finish points up at the net because everything, so and I think we have the games to do well indoors because we're an aggressive team, so we do like to play up on the line, but we have to get used to how quick the balls are going to be coming back.
Yeah.
And so adjust our backswings a little bit. So I think some facilities are faster than others.
Yeah,
so
sure.
it's going to be an adjustment just going into the Big Ten and I think dealing with that kind of uncomfortable feeling is going to happen.
Yeah.
And this is our first year, even for us as coaches, just traveling, like not knowing where we're going and driving in the snow. And, we're going to have to go through it all together.
Yeah.
And I think that's what, we're looking forward to. We'll be together and we'll figure it out together.
Yeah, well, I will say this and said with love, you're going to see better overheads than you've seen probably in the last 10, 15 years because we're inside and it's that much cleaner, all of it. And no, I'm obviously, again, looking forward to that aspect. For fans tuning in, right now it just feels more important than ever for that connection to be there, fans, program. What would you tell a newly found UCLA women's tennis fan? What is the best thing they can do to help support your program?
I think just to support us is just support us coming to matches.
Sure.
I mean, college tennis is so strong. I think the level is unbelievable. So the level of play is going to be great. I think our players love having support and being loud and getting behind their court and fighting with them and knowing that they care and following our progress. And I think it just makes a difference when we have the fans that just kind of come to events like this.
Sure.
Come to NCAAs, support us financially. We always can use that. But it's just making it such a great atmosphere with fans is what I think college tennis is all about, where it can get rowdy.
Yeah.
It can get loud, and especially indoors, it gets super loud.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I'm really excited for them to experience at the team indoors.
Yeah.
So, I hope a lot of fans come out. This is a great event, and they're going to see a lot of great tennis. And I think,
Yeah,
should be a great day.
Looking forward to it. Speaking of which, something else they'll see, electric line calling. You excited for that development here this week?
I do. I
Yeah.
am excited. We have had some experience with it in the fall, and I really thought it was a great tool. I think the players couldn't complain to the the machine or anything. It was like they got the call and they went right back to the line. So there's no arguing, there's no nothing. You got to accept it, and I think it goes both ways. So I really I think it's a good thing. It keeps people on a little making sure that they're calling the right balls, and stuff. So I think for college tennis, I mean, it'll be interesting if we can keep that going.
I'm looking forward for the first person to argue with the machine, but it's not going to be successful.
I know. I mean, we've had some that were like a little crazy, but you got to accept it. I mean, that's what we're doing. Whatever they say, it's you can't do anything about it.
No, certainly. And my last three here for you. Obviously, you look of late, and certainly there are players who have competed this decade: Stearns, Navarro, Kessler, Startup, Seva, Sun. I can go on and on. The pipeline of college to the pros, it feels stronger than ever. If you had to pick one non-UCLA Bruin who you think is next up, top 100 player in the world that we have active right now in college, does a name jump out to mind?
Oh, my gosh. Non-UCLA. Gosh.
It's a lot of good choices. That's the problem.
Yeah, there's a lot, and again, I haven't seen every team, and I'm not familiar with every team's lineup except for I think
a
teams
few
here, but
here and there. Yeah. Ask you after the weekend.
yeah, after the weekend.
Okay,
I'll let you know.
I like
I'll
it.
let you know.
Did it shock you to see Shibahara go on the run that she's gone on over the past couple of months in singles? Like, what has that meant to you?
I am so happy for her,
Yeah.
because she was always this doubles,
Yeah.
specialist.
Typecast, yeah.
Yeah, and for her to start, and start from zero to and work her way up to, I think she's like 150 or 200.
It's crazy, yeah.
She's gotten up there, so I'm really happy for her.
Yeah.
She's obviously doubles is very, very not easy for her, but she's just got those double skills.
Sure.
But singles obviously is a little more difficult,
Sure.
and it's great to see her just go in there and work her butt off and prove to herself and to everyone that she can play singles as well.
Yeah, no,
Great
it's so
person.
impressive to see. My last two for you, and again, this one is just old school, so I'm still me. That's why I got to ask a question like this. Yeah. If you could trade jobs with any coach around the country, just for 1 year, not to say you don't love your job at UCLA, of course you do, but you're looking at all these rosters, all these situations, you're like, I want to change. Just try it for one season. Is there a school that jumps out that you'd pick?
No,
No.
never. I could never. Why would I do that? I mean, I went to UCLA. There's no way it would be. Yeah, no, it wouldn't be a good thing.
Bruins
I can't
exclusively.
Imagine. Yeah, I can't. I love my team. I'm not going to go anywhere else. I want to stay where I'm at. So I feel like I'm very loyal. That's who I am.
I would have accepted any answer. Yeah, so that works for me
You're
as
gonna get me
well.
in trouble. I don't know what I'm gonna say.
Hawaii, because I just want to spend more time there. I don't know. Could have gone
That's a good answer,
across
actually.
the board.
Yeah.
Well, then my final question for you: what does a winning weekend this weekend look like for the Bruins? What do you want to see?
I mean, winning weekend is everyone stays healthy. Everyone competes and fights and gives it their all. Things that we can control, and we do it in a very professional way. And then win a national team championship.
Yeah, I love to hear that. Well, again, indoor specialists, Big Ten country, their country. UCLA women's tennis head coach Stella Sampras Webster, thank you as always for taking the time to chat. Great to see you, and good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Welcome back in, everyone, to Media Day here at the 2025 Division I Women's National Team Indoor Championships. Now, you noticed I have changed gear. There's a reason for that. When you're with the host, you got to come kiss the ring. And, of course, joining us now, our host here for the next 3 days. Of course, you all know him best as Illinois women's tennis head coach, Evan Clark. Coach, it is always good to see your smiling face. Are you as happy to have us here as we are to be here?
Absolutely. We always love having you here. Thanks for all you do for college tennis, and the jacket looks really, really good on you.
Thank you. Well, again, I got to show respect, of course, and I know I wouldn't do today if you and Brad and just this Illinois program hadn't embraced us as you guys did so early. But to bring an event like this, obviously you guys have hosted in the past, whether it be in Midtown or whatever, Chicago venue. To be able to actually bring this event to campus, what does that mean to you? Why was this the right decision for your team?
Yeah, we're just really fortunate. I'd like to thank our administration for giving us the opportunity, the ability to do it, giving us the resources to do it. Not a lot of administrations would do that, but
Yeah,
they obviously support us in a great way. And you know, yeah, like you said, we hosted in Chicago a few years ago, and I think I spoke to you about this before, but it didn't really quite feel like a home court advantage, a neutral site. And when Claire and Dave at ITA came to us with the pilot program, we can't pass this up. To get 3 huge matches on our home courts and our own facility is a really, really cool dynamic for us and our program. And yeah, we couldn't pass it up, so we were thrilled to be able to host.
Yeah, and again, I think it's great for college tennis to be here as well. We were here for the NCAA tournament back in 2022. Just Champaign's a home for college tennis.
Sure.
So, again, I appreciate you welcoming us to it. For those fans, though, that may be new to this sport, how does the National Indoors factor into the college tennis calendar? Can you talk me through the significance of this event in particular for your team here this year?
Absolutely. I think it's probably the best event we have, to be honest. I just think the 16 teams and the indoors and having to qualify, I think the kickoff weekend is one of the best things we do as well. Just to have a tournament and you're really playing for something early in the year. I think our sport needs more of that, that tournament style. And because we do this and we don't really get that again until Big Ten tournament or NCAA tournament. So, and for our team, it's just an unbelievable opportunity. We're a little bit obviously on the outside of the top 25, and so we get 3 good looks at top 15 teams on our home courts. And so I think you know, it's pretty daunting at one point, but it's an unbelievable opportunity. The pressure's off on us, and we're going to go out and have fun and make the most of it.
No, and I know we're looking forward to that battle against the reigning NCAA champs, Texas A&M, tomorrow night. Obviously, before we get there, though, talk me through 1 month into the season. I know it's still very early, but if you were to grade your team's performance to date, I mean, it's always good to beat the rival, as you did over Northwestern.
Absolutely.
What have you thought about the Illini's 2025 so far?
Yeah, we're off to a good start. I've been impressed with what we've done. I think the most important thing is we played a pretty tough schedule to start. We played Notre Dame, Northwestern, Georgia Tech, and Colorado, and that was the biggest thing I wanted to accomplish with our schedule, knowing that we were going to host this event. And so what I told the girls after we played Colorado, we're prepared to play the best in the country, and so I was really, really happy with how we've handled ourselves, and we've been tough, and I think we're only going to get better with each match we play, so which is going to be really, really exciting.
Yeah, to follow up on that, what's the biggest strength of this group right now?
I think just the togetherness.
Really?
We're a family. We got a lot of parity on our team. I think you'll notice, like up and down the line, like there's not a whole lot of difference, and but our team is close. We fight really, really hard. We're loud, and we kind of fight and claw and scrap, and it won't be pretty at times, but we're going to try to find a way each and every time, and that's kind of what we've always been about since I've been here.
Yeah, and is that just a reflection of who you like to be as a coach? Like, you're right, that has been the prevailing theme is better be ready for 3.5 hours of war, because that's what it's going to take to knock off the Fighting Illini women. Is that just a game style you look for? Like, what leads to that spirit, that ethos amongst this program?
I think a little bit with recruiting, but then once we started, the original group bought into it, and then as time has come on, every freshman comes in and they buy in, and it's been really fun to see our culture. Just it's great. We love our girls and we love our team, and I think that's what makes us special, is that we're a great group and a great group of girls, and they really love the University of Illinois.
Yeah, as you establish tempo with the team each season, are you more focused on the tactics, the tennis itself specifically, or are you more focused in establishing the culture? And if it's the latter, as I think it may be, how does your team go about doing that?
Yeah, it's all about. I think once you get to this level, tennis is pretty even. Everybody's level is pretty even. So
a lot of good forehands, a lot of good backhands.
Exactly, it's all between the years. So we spend a ton of time on the mental part. What we really focused on the last 2 years is the composure part, the balance part, how we handle our emotions on the court, and just we've been really focused on that. We've seen some great strides with several of our players just becoming more mature, more balanced, more composed on the court, and we just preach team first, and we really focus on a lot of that other stuff. And Of course, we focus on their tennis and individual stuff, but we're all about the team. It's always the team first, and to their credit, they've done a really good job of buying in.
You mentioned the parity up and down the lineup. Is it a fluid lineup right now for the Illini? Is it something you can expect a lot of changes of? Obviously, you have some more experienced players who maybe you lean on up top, but talk me through just where we're at with this team and how close they are to their final product.
For sure. It's a good mix. We totally flipped our doubles teams to begin the year, and we didn't really know what we were going to get, but we've done a great job. We've won 3 out of 4 doubles points, and so I feel like that's pretty established. Singles pretty established as well, but we got a great mix of veterans, and we've got a couple young kids, and so our balance right now is one of the best I've ever had, in my opinion, just top to bottom. So we're really excited about this group.
For this team to take things another step forward, you mentioned you guys have been right between like 30 and 45 for the last couple of seasons, and obviously having success in the conference, getting to NCAA tournaments. What's it going to take for this team to continue on that pathway, take things another step, and just play their best tennis come May?
Yeah, we need to knock off someone
someone
big in a big city.
Sure.
We've been really close over the last couple of years. We did it in 18, 19, 20. We had some big wins, but we just haven't had that signature win for a couple of years, and I think that confidence, knowing that you can do it and getting over the hump in a big moment will come. Yeah. And we gotta get through that. Once we get one, I think we're going to be really scary.
Yeah, and obviously we were talking about this a little bit before. The expanded Big Ten, how does that change your approach to scheduling? Obviously, you didn't have kickoff weekend this year, but knowing you get a USC, a UCLA, I think schedule-wise you guys actually don't this year in conference play, but knowing them and Washington's a perennial top 25 program, adding that into the mix, how does that impact what you're going to be planning moving forward?
Well, yeah, our conference just automatically gets better with those 4 teams, and so we were excited about adding those 4 teams. The trick has always been I've really scheduled really tough to make up some of for the lower of the Big Ten, where we don't get as many looks as the SEC and ACC. But now that, like you said, that's kind of out the window. So, but we still chose to schedule pretty aggressively this year. But knowing that this was going to prepare us for the Big Ten schedule because it's just a little bit better. So, I think there's only one way to do it, and it's to try to play the best and just really push your team, and they're going to be better for it down the stretch in the conference tournament, NCAA tournament.
Yeah, and we're going to see that play out. The other thing we'll see play out, electric line calling brought in here, and obviously a credit to you guys for being able to facilitate that at this facility. Talk me through your level of excitement to finally have that innovation brought to our level of the sport.
We're really excited. I think it's something our sport needs, to be real honest, as you know. I think it's one thing holding us back that we still call our own lines, and there's a little bit of, I don't know.
Mashugana, as we say in Yiddish.
That's right. That's right. It's still a little subjective out there, and so I think this will calm things down and obviously make the sport much more fair, and we're just excited about the technology. I think it'll make everything a lot more smooth. So for us to be able to do it on our home courts, and we're hoping to keep the technology once this tournament's over, and to be one of the few programs in the country to have it, I think will be pretty cool.
So that's what I was going to ask as a follow-up. Will you be able to keep that technology? Will you be able to use it during conference matches?
That's something we're going through right
TBD.
now. So, yeah.
Okay.
I've got to call into my administrator later.
Love that.
Yeah, we would love to be able to use it, or at least keep it and keep playing with it, because I think it's a really cool tool, and I think it would set us apart in our sport and just help advance our sport a little bit more in those areas.
No, I'm absolutely looking forward to it, and certainly, again, there's a lot of things that continue to push this sport forward, particularly from a level perspective, as I've talked all day. Stearns, Navarro. I'm sure people tuning in are like, we know the list, Alex. But I just want to reiterate, there are that many players inside the top 100. The name I don't think I've said yet is Mai Sawanka, who wasn't that long ago. She's made 3 tour-level quarterfinals in, her last 5 events, something crazy like that. Yep. Who's next is my question. You have to pick a non-Illini player from across the country. Do we have a current future top 100 amongst the across the board? Who's someone you would turn to?
Gosh, that's a good question. You'll probably find them here or Northwestern.
I would agree.
I think to your point, I just think that's become. It could be anybody. I just think the sport has become so much depth, and I don't think it's limited to these teams here or people not playing 1 or 2. I think there's people in mid lineup in some of these teams that could do it. So I think. To your point, I think the pathway's there, and I just think it's been incredible to see that transformation the last couple of years for those young women to be able to make that jump. Yeah,
this is a 2-hour conversation question, but I'm going to ask this follow-up anyways. Does that pro success translate to athletics, to departments? If you go to an AD and say, well, we finished 11th this year, but look, we're producing top 50. We're producing top 100
Yeah.
players. Like, this is why the resources should survive.
Yeah.
Intuitively, you think it would help. How does it help? Like, is it a completely different argument? Is it apples and oranges? Because I'm
Yeah.
afraid it is a little bit.
I think it is. I think you're
Yeah.
right. I think most administrations really focused on the team and the team
Sure.
results and things like that. But it does help. Like, you look at our building and you see the All-Americans.
Sure.
You see Kevin Anderson. You walk in the building, you see Kevin Anderson and the success he had, some of the men's players. And but like what Emma's doing and Peyton are doing, I think it's just great publicity for your school and obviously for the sport. So, yeah, I think we're always, as a coach, we're always focused on the team. But it's great to have those individual accolades, and it really does help the sport. There's no bad press in that, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, again, ask the WTA, the ATP with their accelerator programs, federations across. Like, I guess internationally, college tennis is more highly touted than it once was, correct?
Sure. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And credit to, just what we do,
Oh.
you know. And I think what's great thing about our building is we can make it a little bit more exciting, too.
Sure.
You know? Like, we have the ability to with the video board and the lights, and so you're playing some big-time tennis, but you still have that more of like a basketball game feel, and I think that's what we need more of in our sport as well.
No, I love that. Well, then my last three questions. You mentioned and everyone's going to get to see the lights and the billboard, what you guys do here. Do you have a walkout song? Should I be ready for it?
I don't have one. If we win, we play Another One Bites the Dust by Queen. If we win at the end when the other team's walking out, which was one of my things. I think that's a Tom Brady thing.
Yeah,
he did that when he was with the Patriots. But, we're all about trying to make the sport more exciting and more fan-friendly. I've got 4 kids that are all under the age of 10, and, they go to basketball, volleyball, and it's just they love it. There's something going on all the time, and we really love to try to progress that and make our sport a little bit more exciting at times.
No, absolutely. And in that sense, I like to ask questions that I think tennis fans will find exciting. And I think you coaches sometimes less so, but I like to ask them anyways. If you this season, and we love Illinois, love Illinois tennis, I want to be clear. Appreciate you having us.
Sure.
You trade jobs with one person this year. Who do you pick and why?
Oh. You can't answer me. You can't ask me that
I've asked
question.
everyone.
No,
Let the record show. Cody, confirm. I have asked everyone.
There's no place I'd rather be than Illinois.
Yeah,
that's the only
that's
answer.
the assumption.
Yeah, that's the only answer. No, we love it here.
Okay.
And of course, there's some great jobs, but
then let me ask it the other way. Is there a program out there that you admire particularly right now? The job they're doing, a coach where you say, "Hey, I see this, and they have my attention."
Yeah, I know Howard Joffy very well.
Yeah.
We were together for a while, so what he's done at Texas and winning back-to-back national championships, I think that's pretty cool. And so I really like him and what he's all about, and I really respect him, and we're good friends. So, yeah, probably him.
Yeah.
Live in Austin would be pretty cool.
Yeah,
and
I think he also grows a quarter inch every time I see him.
Yeah, he's a little bit taller than me.
Yeah, well, me too. He's the only senior I know still going through puberty.
That's right. That's right.
No, said with love, Howard.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who's not listening?
Yeah, for sure. He's got the best vocabulary in college tennis by far. Like some of the stuff that comes, some of the words he comes out, I have to look up. What he's a very intelligent guy, and a lot of respect for him. But yeah, all these teams here, I think, are incredible programs, and we're really a healthy spot right now.
Yeah. Well, then my last question for you: what does a successful week look like for the Illini? What do you want to see from your team here at these National Indoor Championships?
We just want to get better, match to match. That's all we focus on really in the locker room is progressing as the year goes on. I asked them after the Colorado match, are we playing our best tennis yet? And they said no. I said that's good. We want to be playing our best tennis down the stretch. So we just want to see our kids develop and be tough in big moments and stay in the moment in a tournament like this. I think that's important for our group, and so I think you'll see some good stuff from them, and we're just super excited to be here.
No, I'm looking forward to it, and anyone who's watched the National Indoors over the years knows night one, host match. It's must-watch tennis, the energy, the enthusiasm. Top seeds can think they're ready. They're never ready to be on the road, and certainly, again, this is one of those special environments in college tennis. That's why I appreciate you having us, Coach.
Absolutely.
Thank you, as always, and sincerely thank you for all you're doing this week and for college tennis.
Appreciate it. Thanks for everything you do.
welcome back into Media Day. We're here at the University of Illinois. It's their shot at the Whisper Challenge. You guys ready? Let's rock and roll.
I have no clue what you just said. Okay. Sock? Talk? All I'm getting is socks. I have no idea what she's saying. Whatever you do, don't snap, step on the buffalo? Say it again. It's a wrong foot. I don't know what she's saying. What? Ice? Yesterday? It's ice. I suck. List. This is so much harder than it looks. Slow. Do. Two. What? Do. Go. To. Move. We just should give up. We should just switch and give up here. I can't. Illinois? Socks. That's all I'm getting is socks. That's all I'm getting is socks. Whatever you do, don't step on the dang, I got an ad going. I'm like, all I got is buffalo.
Okay, we're done with that.
Shoot. 2 words. 2. Table. I don't know. What? You're going like V. Dude. Are you serious?
Should I just hold it up and turn it?
Turn.
You're close. I like it.
Wheel. Car. Guitar. String. Tune. Sorry, do it again. In tune. In tune.
It's fine. Keep going.
Long. Locks. Lot. Log. Do it again. 2C5. 2 0 2 205. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
What if we switch out
Yeah. Yeah, because this is like. This is crazy.
If you want to read some of these,
Yeah, I'm gonna read it.
You don't know what they are, right?
No.
What even is that?
ask him.
That's what I'm saying.
What even is that? Like,
Okay, I understand what she's trying to do.
And it's just the twos. We're like, you're so close.
Wait, should we not do that one for me?
Yeah. Okay.
No.
We're gonna try again.
Okay.
I'm not gonna do that one because
Yeah.
I'm gonna start with this one.
Yeah. Sure. Start with the top.
Okay. You're gonna get
Take
this
two.
because we were like.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Say it again. Toss. DOS. 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 Duds. Does. Is this one word? Evan Clark. Still. Ride. Run. 6 miles every day. What? Per day.
Hey, we're on the board. I like it. You want to try the other three?
What?
You want to try the other? Oh,
Yeah, sure.
We're on the board.
In. 8. Int. Hint. Hit. In. Ind. And.
Yeah, maybe this is my fault.
Hind.
Okay.
The. Second. Tennis. Tenter. Wait. Is the first word of this sentence tennis?
That's fine.
Yes.
Tennis. Arena. Tennis center. In. Champaign. Or. Urbana.
That's two. I like it. A job well done. You want to keep going? Go for it.
You want to do another? Okay.
Okay.
One more.
We'll do the last one.
Yeah.
Tune in. Into. The. 2025 National Indoors in Champaign, Illinois. Woo!
Let's go. Welcome back in, everyone, to Media Day here at the 2025 Division I Women's National Team Indoor Championships. Joining us now here for Media Day, a man whose team, of course, enters as the defending champions of this event. Of course, he's also head of the NCAA committee now. He's just a grand poobah for all things women's college tennis and college tennis more broadly. It's our dear friend, Oklahoma State women's tennis head coach Chris Young, joining us. CY, it is always good to see your smiling face. Welcome back to the event. How are you and the Cowgirls feeling as we get ready for the week?
Yeah, feeling good. I mean, it's nice to hear defending champs. That's,
yeah.
You know, you don't get that many chances in your career to have that said, so going to enjoy that while it lasts. We know this is a tough tournament to win, and there's a lot of really good teams entering this weekend. So we're coming here just excited to be here. It's a completely new group this year, so let's take it, match by match and see where it goes.
Yeah, new group not only for the Cowgirls, new groups it feels like across the board, and just a different version of Auburn, a different version of Stanford. I could keep going to LSU is here, et cetera, et cetera. All that is to say, for a new college tennis fan who's tuning in for the first time here this weekend, what should they know about these National Indoor Championships? How important is it to the broader picture of your season?
That's what we've talked about a lot is with our team. This gives you a real barometer and a gauge of what you need to do to be successful in May. But I don't think it's always been, the team that comes out of here, the champion, hasn't always ended up winning the championship in May. It's really what happens between now and May, and the teams that use kind of the data that they get from this event and do something really about it. I remember in 2016 we went 1-2 at this event, but we learned a lot, and we lost some really tough 3-set matches with a couple kids last match on that said, okay, I've got to get more fit. I've got to understand the quality of my ball deep into third sets. How my shot selection has to be a little bit different, and they made some changes in the way that they played, the style of play, fitness level, and those changes paid off in May when we're competing for a national championship that year in Tulsa. And so I think it's you're going to see the best of the best. You're going to see teams this weekend that are going to be competing in May for a national title, and it's going to give you a real good indication of what college tennis is all about, the level of competition, the intensity, and it's going to be a fun weekend.
Yeah, and you mentioned a great word, barometer. Obviously, every team is using this as that to figure out where we stand moving forward. For your team, Said with Love, coming off of the weekend at Auburn, and to have that sort of experience early in the season, what did you learn about this team in that weekend? How would you grade the team's performance so far this year?
I think it's good. I think we have a lot of pieces that we're trying to put in place. There's a lot to work on. Last year we made it look a little bit easy.
Well, I remember the Texas match. That didn't look easy.
But I'm just saying, early in the season, we really just started off from the beginning. And so many people told me, well, you need to lose a match along the way because that'll help you. So I'm like, hey, we're going to lose one early this year, and we're going to try that theory out. So, look, Auburn's a good team. Jordan's doing a good job there. We had not played any outdoors, and so to go outside and play there was a little bit of an adjustment for us. And so we learned some things that we're going to need to do when we play outside a little differently. They played really well. Doubles point, we had a match point at 2 doubles that could have gone our way. We were sitting with a match point at 1 doubles when it was stopped. So the doubles point I felt like was very much could have gone our way. They did a good job closing it out. And then, they closed out 2 3-setters before we could get some points on the board. Kylie was up 6-4, 5-4, and Rose was in a really good battle at 4. So a lot of really good competitive matches all across the board. And, just all credit to them for the way that they played. And, for us, I think we learned a lot about, our patterns of play, some of the styles that we wanted to play. And, as we're starting to coach some of these girls in dual match season, what's our team identity? And across the board, I think we learned a lot about it. I think it's going to pay off this weekend.
Kylie, Rose, Zach. I mean, I can keep going. Gracie, all
Lopez.
These new faces. Exactly. So many new faces for you. How do you go about, because I've been asking all day, what comes first, the tennis or the culture piece as you're trying to build this team? And the prevailing theme has been culture. So I'm going to change the question here. I've gotten better as the days progress, my friend. How do you guys go about implementing that culture? What has been the message to this group as you try to get them competing the way Cowgirls teams have played?
Well, I actually think that both of those kind of simultaneously go hand in hand.
Sure.
I think the tennis piece is you're trying to instill the discipline and you're trying to instill the things that are important to the tennis. I think for us, our culture really is about the tennis.
Yeah.
And so I think those two things go hand in hand. I don't think that you separate them. I don't think that one goes without the other. So for us, I feel like those two things are kind of married together. And so as we're working on one, we're building the other.
Sure.
And so, I think as kids come into the program, they're always learning kind of what it takes to be a cowgirl and what types of characteristics that we're looking for. And those characteristics, shine through every day in practice with the discipline, the commitment, the consistency. And I think that's the important thing for us in our program is just consistency.
Yeah.
And I think just showing up every day, being consistent, and that's where the results over time show.
You obviously bring back someone in Nas who's a connective thread to so much that she clinched this National Indoor Championship last year. I'm not that old that I don't remember still, but all these new pieces, all these new faces. Is there a carryover from last season? Does success translate year to year? Does it feel like a completely new group? Like how have these first 5-6 months, even dating back to the fall, felt on campus?
Yeah, I think it seems like last year's national title feels like forever ago.
7 years ago,
a long
yeah.
time. And it's a new group, which is kind of fun because we don't really. That was last year. That's what last year's team did. So now we're trying to create a new identity with this year, and each year is a new year. Each team is a new team, and so they don't really want to hear about what last year's team did. They want to focus on building this year's team.
Yeah.
And Nas is doing a good job of kind of setting that tone. Kylie's played for. She's won 2 outdoor titles
Sure.
and played for an indoor
including
national
here.
title. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. She has good memories from here. And then she played for a national indoor championship at our place at Oklahoma State.
Sure.
Back in the COVID
21, I was the only one there.
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
So, we have 2 girls at the top of our lineup with a lot of experience. And I think that's really translated to the other girls. They're doing a great job leading the other girls. And, as the pieces start to fall into place and kids get healthy and, things come together, I think we're going to be just fine later in the season.
I don't want to butcher the pronunciation. I'll just call her Melissa for now.
Yeah.
She going to be here this weekend?
She is.
She eligible?
We expect so.
Oh, and ready to play tomorrow?
Yeah.
So there's a little breaking news
Yeah.
for everyone tuning in. That just has to cause a buzz, right? And excitement amongst
so.
the team to finally
I hope so.
yeah.
She's, because she played the Australian Open, there was a little
Sure.
bit of delay of getting some things done. But, she's a kid with a great personality. We've been working through some different things and just trying to bring her along and, just talking to her about tomorrow and what that brings. And, we'll make decisions tonight. But, we'll get back to the hotel with her tonight, talk through, what is best for her and the team. And we've got some girls that have been working hard. So I think how we transition her forward, but she's the type of kid that it's almost impossible to keep her out of the lineup because she can go right to the top. But, she's got a lot of weapons. She's going to be a lot of fun to watch in college tennis, and I think you'll definitely see her at some point this weekend. And then I think just transitioning forward the rest of the season for our team, I think that's where she's really going to make a big difference. She hasn't been playing indoor tennis, so she's a little nervous about how that's going to translate. But she's a kid that just I think the girls have already drawn themselves to and kind of bonded, and we've given her the space to kind of get caught up with her classes and everything else that she needs to get caught up on, and the tennis piece is going to come easy for her.
No, I like to hear that. What's the biggest strength of this group right now?
I think that's what we're still trying to figure out is, exactly what it's going to be. But I think this team is just fun to coach. I think that I would say probably this team, more than any team I've had, probably going back to the Adamovich days, this team loves tennis.
Yeah.
I haven't had a team that loves tennis to the level that this team, they are at the courts as much as they can be.
Sure.
And, they stay after and do their thing, and they're just around the courts. They're all, always just around the facility. And, I give a lot of credit to, to our coaches and to Henner, who has established that passion in them, and he's doing such a great job on the development piece. So I think that's what's going to carry this team forward. I think this team, may just be a work in progress a little bit longer. I think, maybe for our fans and the people that have high expectations for us, just be a little bit patient with this group. I think it'll pay off in May.
You haven't had the full roster yet. broad 15% of what they might be in May,
Yeah.
20%. Where are we right now? What does this team have to do to get to that 100% come May?
Yeah, I think that's it. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, you got some people that just have had some injuries, and
Sure.
we're trying to protect them and let them kind of get back. And so I think there's just a period of time where we're going to keep adding pieces throughout this season, and we want to protect those girls and let them come back at whatever happens with this roster. We're going to fight with the kids that we have when they're ready to go.
Sure.
And as it continues to build, I'm focused on what May is going to look like, because I think it's going to be pretty special for the Cowgirls, and the experience that this group is getting right now is going to pay off, because we're going to have so many options when it's the full puzzle.
Yeah, and speaking of options, a new option available to college tennis teams here this week, electronic line calling.
Yeah.
I know that's something you have worked to help bring. What are your thoughts on the pilot program? You excited to see it?
Yeah, I think it's great. I think any kind of new innovation that we can bring to college tennis, I'm always about.
Let's try it.
Let's try it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. I think that we have to be innovative in our sport. Fans want to be able to see the types of things that they see at the highest level and engage with it in our sport. There's so much about sportsmanship in our sport that we want to be able to continue to build. I think that's so unique about our sport, is still calling your own lines and doing that. But I think now to be able to bring this just brings another unique element to it. And, I'm curious to see how it's going to play out. We've been playing around with it in practice, as you saw out there, and everybody has their own opinions about it. But let's see what happens. And I don't think it's just the attitude you take to these types of things. And I think we'll go into it and enjoy it.
Yeah, I can't wait for the first argument with a computer.
Exactly.
That's going to be right up my alley.
Yeah, but it's the computer. What are you going to do?
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to win that fight.
Exactly.
It's not going to argue back either. No, I love that. And, again, to the fans tuning in who maybe, and you do such a good job engaging with your fans specifically, and that's a topic on its own, but to the new college tennis fan who wants to follow their program, wants to support their program, in your mind, what's the best thing they can do right now to help support these girls, help support women's college tennis?
I think go to the matches.
Yeah.
I think, it's so important to our administration right now to see attendance and to see numbers. And as people are making decisions, I think, give your hard-earned dollars to put behind these programs. There's so many worthy programs to support, so many worthy student athletes. We're seeing college tennis being represented at the highest stage in professional tennis, because people are supporting these programs in a way that they've never done before, and now these kids are chasing their dreams and they're excelling at the highest level. But attendance, we got to grow attendance, because as administrators are looking at revenue and where revenue is coming in, they're looking at attendance numbers and how to drive that. And if we get higher attendance numbers, we're going to start selling tickets, and we're going to, anywhere they can make revenue, they're going to do it. And if they can see that we have a growing fan base in college tennis, they're going to put, money behind it to start increasing revenue. And anything we can do to grow that only strengthens what, we're all here to help our student athletes, to give them this experience. And there's nothing that a coach can do more for their student athletes than put people in the stands. Because when you practice all week long and you come out and there's nobody there, it's a little bit discouraging, as opposed to when you walk out and you got people standing and cheering and supporting you. There's no better feeling for an athlete than to walk out and feel the love and support from people that are showing them that we value what you do.
No, absolutely. And again, anyone in this area got to come to National Indoors. The quality is going to be just such an extraordinary level. Obviously, we've seen that level translate to the pros right now. It's a little insider baseball question, but does the pro success translate to conversations with athletic departments, with admissions, and just all, like, seeing the Schneiders, the Navarros, the Stearns? Does that, I mean, of course it helps our sport big picture, but is it apples and oranges when you talk about with admissions, et cetera?
Probably so. I think, does it help us be able to convince some kids to be able to come to school? Yes.
Sure. Federations, WTA, ATP.
And I think now college tennis is more of a pathway.
Yeah.
I think what you're trying to convince administrations and people now is, can we support this pathway to the level that we need to support, that when these kids come in, like Melissa or others, we have a plan in place that allows them to stay on the track that they're on. And I think that's something that you have to convince administrations to get behind and support, and then other supporters in your program. I think there's so many decisions, big picture, that maybe you don't muddy the waters too much right now.
Sure.
On those levels, I think it's really important to focus on the main things, and those ancillary things I think can be a little bit tricky in the moment. But I think it's all, something that we have to focus on what's best for our sport. And if that's best for our sport, I think we got to lean into it. And right now, there's a lot of college tennis players that are having success in the pro level, and we have to market that.
Very well said. What's the dumbest idea? No, I'm just kidding. Again, we talk about all those pro players going off to success. And again, just this decade alone, Schneider, Navarro, Sun, Stearns, keep going, Startup, Seva, Kessler. Can't pick an Oklahoma State cowgirl. Do you think we've got another top 100 player right now, future top 100 player active in college tennis? Is there a name you would point to and say, active right now, and say she's next?
Yeah, I mean, I think you look at the top girls in the rankings; they're pushing on that door right now. We got. I mean, how many girls are 200 to 400 right now in college tennis?
Many.
There's several.
Yeah.
So that's the exciting thing, and I think we're excited. I mean, we have. A girl that played for us just a couple years ago, Mananchaya Salankal, is 120.
3 quarterfinals in her last 6 events, tour level.
Yeah, I mean, she just had a really good win yesterday against Linda Furtova. So I think she's knocking on the door of the top 100. She'll be there probably by hopefully by Indian Wells.
She's 108 right now or something crazy. Yeah, she's been playing lights out. It's a shout out to her. And again, it speaks to the level.
But I think you're right. There's so many good coaches, so many good programs. And we're just happy to be a part of it, happy to be part of this event, and looking forward to the weekend.
Well, I'm glad you say that. My last 2 questions for you. Pretend the team's not watching on right now, and I've asked every coach this. Wide range of answers.
Okay.
You love Oklahoma State. I want to be clear. Very happy there. You've done a great job there. Shout out to you. You could trade jobs with any coach this year. Just I want to go coach that program just for a year. I like what they're doing over there. Is there one that jumps out to you?
Oh, man, that's a dangerous question.
It's a dangerous one, but that's half the fun.
Are people answering this question?
50-50? I would say, we've gotten some great answers. Audra called me stupid. She's like, why would you ask that question? Deservedly so, by the way. But I just got to remind you guys I'm still me.
I can trade with somebody.
Yeah.
I can just kick them out.
You're saying I'm coaching it this year.
I'm coaching TCU men. I'm wearing a cowboy hat every match. I'm running out, and we're going to have some fun with those guys.
It's a great answer. Yeah. Taylor Fogelman came up and said, I want UNC men. He's like, I was coached by Sam Paul. I want it.
I say TCU men. That those guys, we did a little mixed doubles with them when they came to our place last year. So we have a little connection with those guys. I love those guys. Second to the Cowboys, obviously. But that would be my choice.
That's a very good answer to the question.
Everybody that coaches on one side wants to go coach on the other side.
Yeah, of course, just to see what it's like, right? Now, I like that answer for sure, and certainly, obviously, again, second to the Cowgirls, a job you love so dearly and have done an exceptional job with. And my final question involves the Cowgirls. What's a winning weekend look like for you all here at the indoors?
Man, I think for us being able to establish what our lineup looks like going forward from here, and I think one of the things that we want to come out of here is establish our doubles a little bit more and kind of what that looks like. But ultimately, we want to come out of this just a stronger team, more connected team with our identities, our playing styles a little bit more established. And, I think we're going to leave here knowing a lot about what we need to do to be a champion in May. Hopefully we're a champion this weekend. But we're very thankful to be a part of this event. It's always well run, and go out and defend this title.
I love it. Well, anyone who watched you guys take on Texas at this event last year knows how special that match was. If this one's even 10% of that, we're in for a doozy. I forgot to ask the bonus question was the Gruskin family recognized this year when the holiday card arrived?
Yes, thank you. We got the holiday card.
Good. That's all I can
ask. I think
ask
it came
for.
in January. It threw us off.
A little. Look, we're better late than never.
That's right.
Again, we like to make an impression. So first card you forget, last card you remember.
Last card, it's still there. It could still be on the refrigerator.
Yeah, exactly. No, all the time you're on the road now, it's going to be up there till May.
That's right.
It'll hang up there. But no, certainly I always appreciate your tolerance of my nonsense, and looking forward to watching you guys compete this weekend, defending champions. We'll say that one more time. Oklahoma State women's tennis head coach Chris Young, thank you as always, Coach, for taking the time to chat.
Appreciate it.
Welcome back in, everyone, to Media Day here at the 2025 Division I Women's Team Indoor Championships. Joining me now for our final interview, perhaps it's fitting. Some would argue we've saved the best for last, as, of course, his team enters the new season as the reigning NCAA team champions. It's Texas A&M women's tennis head coach Mark Weaver. Coach, it is always good to see you. Welcome back to the National Indoor Championships. Talk me through how you and the Aggies are feeling as we get ready for this week.
Yeah, we're feeling good. We're excited to be here, so we've had a really good start to the season. We're a pretty healthy group for the most part, and we've gotten some pretty good indoor practices in the last few days. We went up to Dallas for a couple days and had some good practices up there, and had a good practice today. And yeah, we're excited to play the home team of Illinois. I'm sure they'll have a nice crowd out, and I definitely feel like a national championship event right off the bat.
Yeah, no, looking forward, obviously, to watching your team compete tomorrow night. And look, anyone who's followed this sport closely over the last half decade, and I like to pride myself as the historian of that era, your team, your program's had a mixed relationship with indoor tennis, to say the least, over the years. I'm curious, it's a two-part question here, but for college tennis fans who are maybe new here this season, how would you describe the importance of the National Indoors relative to the season, and for your program specifically, what does this event mean to you all?
Yeah, it means a lot to us. We're here to win a national championship.
Sure.
So it's kind of the one title that's maybe eluded us here. So we've been fortunate to win a bunch of SEC championships in recent years, and you mentioned earlier won the NCAA championships this last year. We would like to add the National Indoors to our resume. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's probably the history of us at the National Indoors hasn't been the best. But yeah, we really have a good indoor tennis team, though. I feel like if you break down the individual players on our team, perhaps we haven't played as much indoor tennis as most teams out there. I do think it's suited well for the majority of the girls in our lineup. So we're hoping to use that to our advantage. Obviously, we don't get the luxury of practicing indoors every day, and but yeah, we did win the NCAA finals against Georgia indoors, and that could really carry some great confidence over from knowing that we can do it at the biggest of stages on an indoor tennis court.
No, I was there for that match, and I think I'm still sweating from how hot it got in the Greenwood Tennis Center, and wouldn't have it any other way. But looking at your team, and obviously you mentioned some of the players there, how their games would fit indoors. Mary, Nicole, all of them. Mia, again, Smetana. We can go through the list. You got a lot of faces back. I'm curious how, knowing you have those returners coming off of the success you did last spring, does it change how you've paced this season? Was it a different approach to the fall? Looking at your schedule, feels like it was a lighter schedule the first month. Was that intentional?
It was not intentional.
Okay.
Unfortunately, without naming any names, we actually had three really good programs that backed out of our matches. So,
okay.
yeah, very unfortunate with that. But, yeah, maybe a little lighter than we had liked. It definitely wasn't my plan, but we had several teams back out. But and it's hard, at the end of the day, yeah, we got a good match in with San Diego. San Diego beat us last season out in San Diego, so that was a good one for us. We played quite well in the kickoff against TCU. Has a nice team there, and yeah, maybe we would have liked a few more challenging matches, but our group, the way we have it set up, they played a ton of tennis over the fall and even a lot over the winter break, a lot of pro events. So I do feel we're definitely match tough. Maybe our team in the dual matches isn't quite what we would have preferred, but our girls as a group have played a lot of tennis over the last 6 months.
Yeah, again, these last 5 years at this point of the year, usually you come in and it's 15-0. Head coach Mark Weaver, however many matches you guys run up the first month. Again, a credit to how you schedule. And again, given that it has been a lighter schedule, how would you grade your assessment for the first month of this dual match season for this group? What have you seen from them thus far?
Yeah, I'm very happy with the level that we're at. We've taken care of business pretty well. We've won rather decisively in the majority of our matches. Yeah, I feel very good about each part of the lineup. We've changed around the doubles a bit. We kind of have a couple different options that we have in the doubles right now. But yeah, the lineup we turned in, we feel good about how we're playing at the doubles. We feel really good at every position in the singles. So yeah, the stakes are a little higher here, playing for a national title. The the quality of the teams are getting a little bit higher and higher. And, yeah, we're looking forward to the challenge. We're definitely looking forward to playing the best of the best. And I know the girls have been practicing against each other a lot, and it's kind of time to go hopefully beat up on someone else rather than beating up on the teammates every day. So, but, yeah, at the end of the day, we've got a lot of really good tennis players that are battling it out each and every day, whether we're drilling or playing practice sets or whatnot. Yeah, we feel like we're at a good level right now.
No, again, defending national champs for a reason. Complacency versus comfort. How do you balance those two things, knowing, hey, it's a lot of returners, I don't want us to get complacent. At the same time, I have the advantage of that continuity, of that comfort. How have you balanced those two things that this team obviously clearly has?
Yeah, I think our group, I mean, we've set our bar really high.
Yeah.
So I do feel like anything less than the level we've done with this group, they just wouldn't be very happy with or very satisfied.
Sure.
So I haven't had that conversation a lot. I know a lot of people have kind of brought that up and asked that same question. I honestly haven't brought it up that much. I mean, it's truly, and I'm sure I've told you this before when we've spoken, like, there hasn't been a day in years where I've had to tell our group, hey, we're just not getting after it, or hey, we're just not working hard. It's just never even brought up. So, as far as the work ethic and the energy, we're definitely not lacking in that part there. So I haven't even really brought it up with our group, and perhaps it's something that might have to be brought up at some point of the season, but it has not had to been brought up at all.
No, it's a credit to the culture that you guys have built, and certainly as you look at this team early in the season, what do you feel your team's biggest strengths are? Bringing back this group here in 2025, what are the things you pride yourself on already?
Well, we're just a very experienced group,
Yeah, sure.
and we've played some big matches over the years, and going back to the Georgia match at the SEC finals at Georgia,
Sure.
The finals against Georgia at the NCAA championships. The majority of our returners are back, so we have just a lot of experience to pull from, a lot of the confidence to pull from, and we've got a really good group of tennis players, and obviously it starts with Mary Stoyana. She's been arguably the best player in college tennis the last several years, definitely one of the best, if not the best, and it's when you've got a leader like that, and the singles and doubles, and we're just talented all across the board. Nicole Kieran, when she's on, she's as good as it gets. And, Mia Kupris has done nothing but win a lot of matches for us in singles and doubles. Luciana Perez is a winner. And, Daria Smetanokoff she had a bit of a down year last season, but no one's improved more than Daria this season. And she loves playing the indoor tennis. And, Lexington Reed's kind of our only new face there, and she's at number 6 right now in our singles, and she's got a lot of potential, and she's already playing at a very high level. So we feel very good at each position.
No, as you should. Speaking of just being back indoors, I mean, again, 2022, Tatiana's knee holds up. There's a world where you guys win that national championships. Is there any sort of, I mean, again, you've made a final here in 2013 as well. Do you start to feel those things as a coach coming back to a site like this? Does that flash through the mind immediately?
Yeah, it definitely flashes through my head. And, we were actually talking about that on the drive to the practice. If Tatiana doesn't twist her ankle out there, we may win it all. And, sorry I left out Jeanette Morales out there as well. She's had a lot of success over her career, a lot of experience. And, that match ultimately came down to Jeanette's match out there against Staker at 6. So, you have those memories. There's been a lot of great memories here and a lot of rough memories here. I was even telling some other stories. We lost the NCAA finals here in 2013. Of course, that was outdoors, and we probably should have won that one. I can still remember as a player, I was playing on the end court down there as a 50K challenger main draw. I was lost, like, I think I had 5 or 6 match points and lost. I remember I had a match point. I kicked wide against Jim Thomas. He shanks it back in return. I thought I put away a forehand volley. He shank lobs a winner over my head and somehow comes back and beats me. So I have a lot of good memories here and a lot of memories I'd like to forget. But yeah, I can definitely remember
I like that. We can ask about it now because we had last year, because we had all these things to celebrate, certainly. And, for your team to get back to that level, to get back to, competing at the final site come May, let alone here this weekend, what do you want to see from your group this year? What's it going to take to get back to that level?
Yeah, I mean, I just want us to make sure we have the swagger.
Sure.
It's been such a unusual season so far as the team. We played so many like individual pro events over the last 6 years. I'm really excited to see us back as a group, that's what college tennis is all about. This is probably the first trip since May that we've actually been all together as a group, and I'm really excited to see that when you're fighting for your teammates, trying to win titles for your university, and I just want to see them just embrace the big stages again. And we've got a group that's kind of a little hard on themselves sometimes.
Sure.
I just want them to embrace the competition and be professionals out there from point to point, and you lose a point, you move on to the next point. I'm excited to see them back playing as a group again.
Well, in that vein, the addition of the electronic line calling, you excited to see it rolled out here at this event?
Yeah, I was actually playing with it out there in the
Yeah, I
practices.
saw it,
I
yeah.
was actually a little disappointed in my judgment out there. I think I was 8 for 10. I missed the first 2, but I got 8 in a row after that.
Yeah, well, I look forward to watching you argue with the machine on the other 2 moving
Yeah.
forward into tomorrow, as we inevitably will. But no, yeah, I know we're all excited to see that, and certainly, again, you talk about at the level in college tennis right now. We've got a couple players on your roster. Certainly, we can name all the names, but Mary being who she's been, Nicole being who she's been. I've pointed out all day today, so many players who played college tennis in the 2020s are currently top 100, top 150 players in the world, singles or doubles. You can't pick an Aggie. Who's next right now in women's college tennis? Do you think we still have more coming in the pipeline?
Yeah, we'll see.
Because Mary's been picked a lot today, so
yeah,
you don't have to make the claim for her. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we've got a lot of players out there, and that's what we're striving to be. We're trying to make our program a real player development program. We've got some great examples of Mary Stoyana, and you can kind of just really look at the kids that have really improved, and that's just something we're really proud of. We feel like our girls are improving. You've mentioned Mary and Nicole, and even Luciana Perez, Mia Kupris. They've all improved and gotten better. And Mia's had a lot of success at high levels in the doubles, especially. And Carson Brandstein's out there doing well. And I think it's becoming pretty recognizable of that. Yeah, we'll see who the next one there is.
I guess when you're watching like Mary versus Dasha, does it feel top 100?
I think 100%.
Yeah,
yes,
right?
It really does.
It's just the level, the physicality.
Yeah.
It's just different, right? Like when they're out there.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like for sure like a main draw of a like 100K or 250. It's no different whatsoever. It's maybe who's just winning the bigger points. As far as the level of tennis, the physicality out there, like it's not much difference at all. It's the highest level I've ever seen it in college tennis, especially on the women's side. I don't follow the men's obviously as closely, but I feel like the women's side, there's not a lot of difference between that top 100 level and the pros and a lot of these girls out here in the college ranks.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with them. My last 3 questions for you, and they're all going to be quick here. In terms of for fans tuning in, and obviously for you guys right now, really easy to support Texas A&M women's tennis. You're fresh off a national championship, but what is the thing that new fan can do right now that will best help support your program, college tennis, moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, our we're known, the Aggie Network is just off the charts, and I think unmatched, and we've definitely gained a lot of notoriety in the recent years, and us winning a national title at Texas A&M, I believe it's the first time of any sport in 7 or 8 years. So it's just the constant support that we get, and we're getting more and more, and it's just amazing the Aggie Network out there. No matter where you go, just people come up and see you all the time. So it's been great to see a smaller sport like women's tennis being recognized the way that we have.
What percentage of texts in May did you get from unidentified numbers? Where you're like, oh, thanks, I don't know who this is, but thanks.
Yeah, no, the texts are just kind of
One or
off
two.
the charts. No, it's kind of hard to ask, who is this again?
Yeah, exactly. You're like, I'll just take the thank you and we'll move on here. No, I love to hear that. Well, again, I know you are You love your job. You've been at A&M now over a decade, and you wouldn't pick any other place. But for the sake of this question, you can trade jobs with one coach across the country this year. And not that you'd want to trade, but just to be like, hey, let's step into those shoes for a little bit. Do you have one that comes to mind?
Yeah, I've always loved the city of Fort Worth.
Okay.
So, yeah, if I had to pick one, I have some good friends up in the TCU area. But, I think it's going to be hard to – I think people often say they're going to bury me in College Station. They probably will. But, I've always loved the something about even back as a player and the facility at TCU and the community there. I've always liked it there.
It's a good program shot. I like to hear that. Well, then my last question for you. Look, you're the reigning NCAA champions. I'm sure to some extent a winning week means bring home a title. But what do you want to see from the girls this week? What, in your mind, will constitute a successful national indoors for the Aggies?
Yeah, I just want to see us out there. Just, we're always going to fight hard. So that's kind of oftentimes the generic answer. But, I just want us to come out with the real champions mentality, come out there with this is our tournament to win, and just coming out there with the belief. And I kind of mentioned a little bit earlier of just kind of how we're managing ourselves in the points.
Sure.
You talked earlier about the physical level of college tennis. I don't doubt any of our players' physical level. It's the same as the pro tennis players. It's how you're managing yourself between the points, and whether you win the point or lose a point, you have a good process and that you're ready to go for the next point. Those are the type of things that I'm looking for.
I love to hear it. Is there a number, challenges, correct or incorrect? What are we shooting for as a team? Like 50-50?
I'll say, how about 75%?
I like it. Well, I always appreciate the chance to chat. Coach Mark Weaver, obviously good luck to you and the Aggies this week, and thank you for taking the time to join us here today.
Thanks for having me on.